shortest tripod in history. This is taller than I am. Holy fuck. Oh, he dips. Oh, it doesn't pan. There's nowhere to hook that up. friends with the neighbors. Goddamn thing.
Pre-tax USA to the rescue.
Meet Bob. Bob just got his tax forms.
It's that time of the year. How yet this time? If you were taking maximum cultural science, there's one striking aspect of it. Tokyo has an incredible growth. With 37 million inhabitants, it's the largest city in the world. The ties on itself for more than half a century. Close behind is Tokyo 34, followed by Shanghai, Dakar, Cairo. While growing at a truly electrifying pace. You might then be surprised to learn that none of these metropolises comes even close to Manila, the capital of the Philippines, when it comes to population density. With 43,611 people per square kilometre, Manila is the undisputed leader as the most densely populated city in the world. And its challenges are as stacked, one on top of each other, as the massive population you can probably picture right now. But the Philippines has perhaps found a solution. It is one of the most incredible transport network projects the country has ever seen. A venture so gargantuan in scale that it aims to redistribute Manila's vast population across other major cities in the surrounding continent. This is the Manila Metro Subway Project. Locally, though, it's known by a different name. The project of the century. Today's video is brought to you by Squarespace. Look, I've been using Squarespace for several years now, and it just to make a beautiful website for myself in less than an afternoon. And that was a few years ago. It's even easier nowadays with all sorts of new features. Basically, Squarespace is an all-in-one platform for building websites, selling stuff, publishing content, whatever you need, you can probably do it on Squarespace. I started with one of their templates, and then you could just replace the images, replace the text. Nowadays, you've got this AI-powered blueprint tool, so you can get a site up faster than I did. It literally took me a few hours, and I'm not a tech guy. He can actually suggest content layouts and design elements based on what you do, so less guessing and more doing. Plus, they've got built-in analytics. That's definitely going to come in handy. You can see what pages people are visiting instead of just, well, assume, which is no good at all. Plus, you can do email campaigns with Squarespace, so it's easy to get in contact with people you need to get in contact with. So if you've been sitting on an idea or several ideas, head to squarespace.com/megaprojects for a free trial. And when you're ready, launch, use the code megaprojects and you'll save 10% on the first purchase of a website or a domain, which is fantastic. Squarespace for sponsoring. And now back to today's episode. So, let's take a moment to provide a little bit of context. Shall we? There is some debate over which city truly holds the title of the most densely populated in the world. Some point to Macau, special administrative region of China, is the number one contender. However, Macau's land area is larger than that of Manila proper, and its official population is smaller. Macau's density is generally estimated to be between 18 and 20,000 people per square kilometre. Astonishing saturation, but still only half of Manila. Confusion often arises against micro-cities like Macau, which share similar population densities because the area of these cities is, by default, the entire territory of their respective countries. Monaco, for instance, holds the distinction of being the most densely populated country in the world. Macau, with its unusual status as a special administrative region of China, is ultimately regarded as a country in its own right, the highest density, or more commonly, as the most densely populated region of the world. However, neither of these distinctions make the most densely populated cities. Moreover, a glance at the video might give you the impression there are two cities that outrank Manila in population density. However, Haiti's K and Egypt's Giza, while the designated cities, function more like smaller municipalities, national capitals of Port-au-Prince and Cairo, respectively. Many of their residents live in temporary accommodation that is spilled over from adjacent cities proper, leading to some number of registered residents versus patrons in these areas. Finally, it is important to note that the figure for Manila's population, quoted as over 43,000 per square kilometre, is itself modest, with some truth is even higher. What we do is the 2020 census, which recorded around 1.84 million residents in Manila's 42 square kilometres. Even relying solely on these figures would make Manila's density, by any measure, the highest in the world, especially if one assumes, however, that the population has no way of defining itself. In short, Manila's actual density remains as it is matched. For the purposes of this video, we will use the most recent official statistics available while keeping in mind that these numbers likely represent uncapped, particularly in some of Manila's largest challenges. In trying to figure out how to handle these challenges, the Filipino quickly realised that finding extra space for his population within the island itself was, quite frankly, just red and alternate solution. Surrounding the to the northeast and south is the much larger region known as Melbourne, an enormous checkerboard comprised of 16 separate cities, all located in counties and islands. Most of these cities are just equal connected by roads and easy areas. The prevailing theory is that if these locations could be better configured and made more accessible to those already residing elsewhere, some of the burden put to Manila's overcrowded districts and local communities. In 2017, the infrastructural over-investments program that focused on modernizing the transportation, logistics, and energy sectors. Major projects included the Trinidad South, North-South Commuter Railway, the new Manila International Airport, and multiple new bridges and highways. These transformative initiatives aimed to boost economic growth, ease traffic congestion, and enhance regional connectivity, marking the overall infrastructure plans. But, with that being said, this is not actually the first time the government has attempted to spread the populations in Metro Manila. In fact, similar projects come with a long and checked history. In light of this picture, this journey was into an area roughly 4/5 the size of city blocks. So let's begin. As mentioned, Manila is unusual. Its boundaries are remarkably tiny compared to its population. With an area of just 42.5 square kilometers, you could fit 37 Manilas into London. It is less than half the area of New York's Bronx. Despite its size, Manila boasts more than 3 times the population density of Bronx and twice that of Paris or Mumbai. Accompanying all these challenges are pollution, extreme circulation issues, rampant poverty, disease, administrative chaos, and severe overcrowding. Christmas hospitals, earthquakes, natural disasters, who are more costly than with flimsy structures toppling during tremors, and the efficiency of flood channels curtailed by temporary structures placed across them. Perhaps
On job sites like this, where hard work meets heavy metal, you need a machine that, like your crew, never quits. Built on the rock-solid legacy of the XMT series, the XMT 400 Arc Reach isn't just an upgrade, it's a step forward, and has the guts and the grit to handle whatever you throw at it. This workhorse doesn't just weld, it delivers consistent performance, job after job.
Result. With over 300 million small receptors, your pet knows if a mess is really gone. If not, they could return and remark the spot. Resolve gets rid of pet messes better than the leading competitor. Resolve destroys tough stains the first time, neutralizes odors on contact, and prevents your pet from remarking. Dogs are the toughest test for a pet mess cleaner, but they're still softies. Love the love? Resolve a mess.
The extreme circulation traffic index aggregator TomTom ranks Manila as the 14th worst city in the world for traffic, estimating that a 10-kilometer journey by car takes around 32 minutes on average. Furthermore, it estimated that an average of 127 hours per person a year is lost to congestion. Manila, a statistic that likely reflects significant consequences. Manila isn't alone in facing these challenges. In many cities, Manila is overcrowded and grapple with city issues. Even those with populations far lower than Manila's. For example, Cairo's overcrowding has become so severe that the government opted to abandon the capital entirely in favor of constructing a new city elsewhere. The true reason behind this decision remains contested. Now, returning to Manila's challenges, the period around the Second World War marked the Philippines' first attempt to ease population pressure on the metro. In 1939, President Manuel Quezon established Quezon City to the east, intending it to serve as the nation's capital. Recognizing the growing problems in Manila, President Quezon hoped that the new city would provide fresh skies. Through this vision, in 1948, Quezon City officially replaced Manila's capital of the Philippines. Problems soon arose, though. Funding constraints, political instability, and wartime devastation hampered Quezon's growth. While the University of the Philippines and civil departments moved to Quezon, in remain, other agencies just to use established infrastructure. As a result, population and government functions were divided between the two areas, leading to major inefficiencies. In 1976, President Ferdinand Marcos gave up the Coops, who designated Manila as capital, and other responsibilities to suffice it to say, the topological challenges, mass migration from impoverished rural regions, and the enduring impact of post-occupiers all play their parts. From the very beginning, many of the city's challenges could be traced to its colonial roots. Modern Manila was largely built by the Spanish, a city designed to capitalize on East Asian trade routes. The strategic location along Manila Bay and the South China Sea turned it into a key seaport, enabling the famous galleon trade that links Asia, the Americas, and Europe. In this bustling global crossroads, a charming city where Chinese silk and spices met silver from new levels. After the Philippines' independence in 1898, Manila's population began growing rapidly. Ironically, the country closely connected to Manila's decline in the previous century, and one well accustomed to managing the challenges of its later cities, is playing a key role in the heralded transfer overhaul of the 21st century. The country is, of course, Japan. In the decades following Manila's unique small city framework supporting a vast population led to an unprecedented franchise. By the 1930s, Manuel Quezon had already started considering relocating the central state functions elsewhere. Almost abruptly, World War II arrived on the Philippines' shores along with the Japanese occupation. In December 1940, Japan took over the Philippines and subdued the local population with much the same viciousness as throughout East Asia. As the war drew on, the US Army advanced, the Japanese embarked on a rampage for the ages, blitzing Manila into oblivion in the span of a month in 1945. An estimated 100,000 Filipinos were killed, with mass executions taking place across the state, churches, even in hospitals. In order to dislodge the entrenched Japanese, French and Allied forces launched extensive strikes and artillery barrages against them. This strategy, however, resulted in widespread destruction, decimating centuries of architecture, key buildings, libraries, cultural landmarks, and transport infrastructure. By the time the battle concluded in the 18th century, they were destroyed. The Battle of Manila and the Manila Massacre may have marked the end of the Japanese occupation, but they came at an extreme cost. Once hailed as the Pearl of the Orient, Manila was left shattered. Its colonial era heritage was. This period remains one of the most tragic and transformative moments in the history of both the city and the nation. Japan has fully accepted responsibility for the atrocities of government, science, its wartime actions, and subsequent generations. Unsurprisingly, many Filipinos have long felt that Japan owes a debt one must pay. Build. This is the blunt title of the flagship infrastructure program launched during Rodrigo Duterte's presidency from 2016 to Often referred to as BBB, the project sought to usher in a golden age of infrastructure while supporting growth, ease of congestion, and spread. Its goals extended beyond improving transportation and infrastructure. It aimed to create jobs, stimulate the economy, attract further investment.
IRS e-file is now open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. File now.
A John Deere 1 Series tractor makes taming your land easier than you think, with simple, intuitive controls. The first step for your next project is easy. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more about the 1 Series at johndeere.com/1 Series.
By the time the so-called Project of the Century subway system in 2019, the BBB program was already well underway. It began in 2017. USA's government unveiled a list of 75 flagship projects, which was later expanded and revised, and dozens of these projects have been completed by the last term. In Metro London, the first major project was the West Belt, also used the style. The project to highways in north and south east expressways, which significantly reduced travel time in the area. Another notable achievement was Harbour Lane Expressway 10, a 5-kilometre route linking the city of Venezuela with the city of Canada. Other additions benefited locations outside of the country. Among these was the borough of Panlao International Airport and the Mactan City International Airport. Terminal 2, both produced in 2018, which instrumental in transforming Seoul and into thriving tourist hubs. Meanwhile, the Workplace project continued with the expansion of Clark, a district situated just outside of Greater Manila, primarily centered in Clark City, planned to be its economic zone, along with the corresponding Clark International Airport, which has since replaced its key evidence. Despite criticisms regarding project delays and overly ambitious targets, the initial phase of the BBB program successfully created thousands of jobs, attracted foreign funding and technical expertise, and demonstrated a more coordinated approach between national and local governments. Moreover, as the project unfolded, infrastructure spending in the Philippines increased dramatically, from 2.9% of the state budget's GDP in 2016 to 5% by 2018. The BBB project also sought to shift project financing from the traditional public-private model to a hybrid approach, where construction will be funded by government spending and foreign loans, while the maintenance responsibilities will be transferred to the private sector. With this foundation in place, the subway project was next in line, marking the debut of the first underground rapid transit service of its kind in the Philippines. The only lingering question was how should it be financed? It was October 2019, just 6 months after the project's foundation was laid, and chaos was already on board. Ironically, the project of the century, it's not named for being the largest project of the century. Rather, it hints at the enormous amount of time required to complete it. The idea of a solar system dates back to the 1970s. It was never successfully implemented. Among other issues, the project altered the capital city and shifted portions of the intended route without it being according to their file. The new plan was devised in the 1990s, and several subsequent administrations tried and failed to kickstart construction. It was only the President Duarte's BBB program that the project finally began to take shape. However, by the time Duarte left office in 2022, the project was still very much a work in progress. Completion now anticipated around 2032. The plans for the subway are great. It will span 34 kilometers, traveling from Venezuela in the north Metro Manila to Paranaco in the south. The project will also feature a one-stop spur line to Ninoy International Airport, Metro Manila's primary air hub. Additionally, the entire northern state city itself will avoid disruption, building the most densely area, while still providing a bypassing and slots easy access of the city. The subway, once complete, is expected to dramatically cut travel time from Valenzuela to the airport from nearly 2 hours to just 35 minutes. Moreover, transit lines, including several that are currently under construction as part of the Philippines' massive infrastructure area. This includes the north-south railway, or 147-kilometer rail route spanning almost the entire Great region, featuring 4 stations within the area itself. Will also be 3 LRT1, both of which are operational monorail or monorail services with schools and cities. The goal is for the entire network to reduce road congestion, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and enhance overall mobility throughout. However, Given the project's velocity, its cost was always destined to be high. The full realization that both the good project of the century was expected to cost approximately $8 billion upon completion. And it was at this juncture that an unexpected benefactor stepped in. The chief financial plan for the project originates from Japan through an intergovernmental loan provided by the Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JIC. The loan completes the buildings in the Japanese government in March 2018. Subsequently, successive loans were made in 2022 and 2024 to support the construction, while Tokyo has maintained further oversight and sought to improve consultants and Japanese companies appointed to the project in March 2018. In addition, Japanese firms are actively involved in the design and supply of supply chain systems, contributing to earthquake resilient technology, drawing on Japan's extensive experience with transit systems and site maintenance. Indeed, Japan has played a key role in other aspects of the initiative. Which project will Tokyo's endorsement as the North Significant to well beyond funding and construction, Japan has offered consulting expertise and connected feasibility studies, helping to ensure that these infrastructure projects meet high safety engineering standards, bearing what has presented challenges in the past. Overall, Japan's involvement in Kyoto's BBB reflects a long-standing connection between the two countries rooted in mutual economic interests, regional cooperation, and perhaps even a form of atonement. Owning a subway is no small feat, regardless of the location, especially when it's navigate some of the most built-up urban areas in the world and move hundreds of thousands of people every day. The timing of the project is also challenging. The year construction coincided with the events of the COVID pandemic, which officially reached the Philippines in March. This unfortunate coincidence led to significant building delays and, more importantly, restrictions. The virus claimed 66,000 lives in the Philippines and prompted Kyoto to enact emergency legislation that redirected public funds from the projects ostensibly to contain the virus. In 2022, Kyoto left office and was replaced by President Bongbong Marcos. This transition marked the end of the BBB, although many of its key projects, including the Manila subway, were retained under President Marcos's new Build Better More program introduced the year he took office. And there has been another one that has posed even greater risks to the execution of the subway. To facilitate the project of the century, the Filipino government began expropriating the properties of various people and resettling them to prisons for the construction. This action led to widespread protests. Right to forcibly relocate residents of densely packed metro Manila, the right of way, has remained a thorn in the side of the initiative and continues to spark rancor. Back to today's episode. So, before diving in further, let's take a moment to provide a little bit of statistical context, shall we? There is some debate over which city truly holds the title of the most densely populated in the world. Some point to Macau, special administrative region of China, is the number one contender. However, Macau is larger than that of Manila proper, and its official population is smaller. Macau's density is generally estimated to be between 18 and 20,000 people per square kilometre. Astonishing saturation, but still only half of Manila. Confusion often arises against microstates like Macau, Monaco, which share similar population densities because the area of these cities is, by default, the entire territory of their respective countries. Monaco, for instance, holds the distinction of being the most densely populated country in the world. Meanwhile, Macau, given its unusual status as a special administrative region of China, is ultimately regarded as a country in its own right, the highest density, or more commonly as the most densely populated region in the world. However, neither of these classifications make them the most densely populated cities. Moreover, a glance at Wikipedia might give you the impression that there are two cities that outrank Manila in population density. However, Haiti's Croix-Cay and Egypt's Giza, while indeed designated cities, function more like swarms of nearby municipalities, capitals of Port-au-Prince and Cairo, respectively. Many of their residents live in temporary accommodation, which is still over in adjacent cities proper, leading to some confusion regarding the number of registered residents versus the actual size of these areas. Finally, it is important to note that the figure for Manila's population density, quoted as over 43,000 per square kilometre, is itself contested. It's some the truth of that is even higher. What we do know is the 2020 census data, which recorded around 1.84 million residents in Manila's 42 square kilometres. Even relying solely on these figures would make Manila's density, by any measure, the highest in the world, especially if one assumes, however likely, that the population has not grown in the 5 years since then. In short, Manila's actual density remains as elusive as it is unmatched. The purposes of this video, however, we'll use the most recent official statistics available, while keeping in mind that these numbers likely represent a significant undercount, particularly in some of Manila's largest population areas. In trying to figure out how to handle these challenges, the Filipino quickly realized that finding extra space for its population within Manila itself was, quite frankly, just impossible. There's an alternate solution in mind. Surrounding Manila to the northeast and south is the much larger region known as Metro, an enormous checkerboard comprised of 16 separate cities, all located in the capitals and islands. Most of these cities are only just a few kilometers apart, connected by roads and existing railways. The prevailing theory is that if these locations could be better connected and made more accessible to those already residing elsewhere, some of the burden inflicting Manila's overcrowded districts might be alleviated. In 2017, a major infrastructural overhaul was announced. The program focused on modernizing the transportation, logistics, and energy sectors. Major projects included the Metro Manila Subway, the North-South Commuter Railway, the new Manila International Airport, and multiple new bridges and highways. These transformative initiatives aimed to boost economic growth, ease traffic congestion, and enhance regional connectivity, marking a pivotal era for the infrastructure development. But, with that being said, this is not actually the first time the government in the Philippines has attempted to spread the population to Metro Manila. In fact, similar projects come with a long and checkered history. It might be difficult to picture that most 2 million vehicles passing into an area roughly 4/5 the size of the city of Luxembourg. So let's build it. As mentioned, Manila is unusually small. Its boundaries are remarkably tiny compared to its population. With an area of just 42.5 square kilometers, you could fit 37 Manilas into London. It is less than half the area of New York's Bronx. Despite its size, Manila boasts more than 3 times the population density of Bronx and twice that of Paris or Mumbai. Accompanying all these challenges, pollution, extreme circulation issues, rampant poverty, disease, administrative chaos, and severe overcrowding. Neighborhoods, but also in prisons and hospitals. Earthquakes and natural disasters have proven far more costly than might otherwise be, with flimsy structures toppling during tremors and the efficiency of flood channels curtailed by temporary structures placed across them. Perhaps most of in the context of today's video are the extreme circulation problems that Manila faces. Traffic Index aggregator TomTom ranks Manila as the 14th worst city in the world for traffic, estimating that a 10-kilometer journey by car takes around 32 minutes on average. Furthermore, it estimated that an average of 127 hours per person per year is lost to congestion. Manila, a statistic that likely reflects severe economic consequences. Manila isn't alone facing these challenges. In many cities, including overcrowding, grapple with similar issues, even those with populations far lower than Manila's. For example, Cairo's overcrowding has become so severe that the government opted to abandon the capital entirely in favor of constructing a new city elsewhere. The true reason behind this decision remains contested. Explore it in previous videos, so check that out if you want to. Now, returning to Manila's challenges, the period around the Second World War marked the Philippines' first attempt to ease the population pressure on Metro Manila. In 1939, President Manuel Quezon established Quezon City to the east of Manila, intending it to serve as the nation's new capital. Recognizing the growing problems in Manila, President Quezon hoped that the new city would provide a fresh start. True to his vision, in 1948, Quezon City officially replaced Manila as the capital of the Philippines. Problems soon arose, though. Funding constraints, political instability, and wartime devastation hampered Quezon's development. While the University of the Philippines and several government departments moved to Quezon, where they remain, other agencies stayed in Manila because of logistical convenience and established infrastructure. As a result, the population and government functions were divided between the two areas, leading to major inefficiencies. In 1976, President Ferdinand Marcos gave up the goose and redesignated Manila as capital and seat of government. Nevertheless, Quezon City remains both a vital part of Metro Manila and the Philippines as a larger city in absolute terms, even though the plan envisioned by Quezon ultimately proved unsuccessful. The trouble is that despite the lack of success, there were compelling reasons for moving the capital where it did. Manila is reasons to the same. Something we'll explore in the following section. Now, the full effects of that devastation had not yet been reversed by the 1970s. So, in the decades after World War II, Manila saw the rise of large, important buildings that were often ramshackle, hastily constructed, and not really of the highest quality. Over time, Some structures collapsed or proved no match for the natural disasters that routinely affect this part of the world. It became clear that decisive new action was needed. In 2017, then-President Rodrigo Duarte announced the previously mentioned infrastructure program. Its purpose was to launch new projects throughout Metro Manila to address crowding and poor interconnectivity. However, Duarte, now famously in ICC prison awaiting trial for crimes against humanity, declared that the traffic congestion and poverty of Manila would be impossible to report, predicting that the capital would become a dead city within 25 years. Consistent with that vision, he focused primarily on developing projects further afield, particularly the Clark Business Hub and the expansion of Clark International Airport. Both are located in the city of Pampanga, outside Metro Manila, but within the Greater Manila region. It's confusing, we know. Even so, before completely giving up on Metro Manila, Duarte initiated a last-ditch series of projects to improve the capital city. The first challenge was to improve circulation, for which the Metro Manila subway, which serves the cornerstone. The first bricks of the project of the century were laid in Venezuela City in early 2019. Now, we won't go deeply into the details of how Manila reached its breaking point. We've already covered that on our sister channel Places. Check it out if you want to. Suffice it to say, the topological challenges, mass migration from impoverished rural regions, and the enduring impact of past occupiers all played their parts. From the very beginning, many of the city's challenges could be traced back to its colonial roots. Modern Manila was largely built by the Spanish as a city designed to capitalize on East Asian trade routes. Its strategic location along Manila Bay on the South China Sea turned it into a key seaport, enabling the famous galleon trade that linked Asia, the Americas, and Europe. In this bustling global crossroads, a charming city emerged where Chinese silk and spices met silver and new world. After the Philippines' independence in 1898, Manila's population began growing rapidly. Ironically, a country closely connected to Manila's decline in the previous century, and one well accustomed to managing the challenges of densely populated cities, is playing a key role in the heralded transport overhaul of the 21st century. The country is, of course, Japan. In the decades following independence, Manila's unique blend of small city framework supporting a vast population led to an unprecedented population density. By the 1930s, Manny Quezon had already started considering relocating essential state functions elsewhere. Then, almost abruptly, World War II arrived on the Philippines' shores along with the Japanese occupation. In December 1941, Japan took a leap of the Philippines and subdued the local population with much the same viciousness as throughout East Asia. As the war drew on, the US Army advanced, the Japanese embarked on a
Not how you would have done it.
Hello friends and welcome back to a very homemade do it. You get some people cutting it in half so I can end up with some thinner panels. Then I can take it over to the planer and plane everything down to a uniform thickness. So from there I'm going to be making a bunch of box joints to lock all the pieces together. And the way I'm going to do that is to take it over to my router table and use this box joint jig to make a bunch of interlocking box joints that will act as all the sides for the box. I'm also carving a little dado in so I can slide in both the top and the bottom pieces of the box. I didn't want the dados to go all the way through, so I had a little stop set up on the router table, and then I could just clean up the rest of it with a chisel. From there, I took a piece of walnut over the table saw and cut the piece that would be the bottom panel of the box. Next, I can move on to making the top panel of the box. Now, for the top panel, I wanted it to be a little special, so I picked up a piece of zebra wood, and then I ran that over to the jointer to get a nice flat edge, and then I resawed it on the bandsaw so that I can fold it in half and create what's called a book-matched panel for the top. Book matching means that when you flop it open, you basically have the same grain pattern alternating on each side.
How much shit he's got on there. You have to keep his weight straight. It's all accessories. Up straight.
The cinch panel. If I need it to fit properly, then that's when I'll cut it to create the lid and the bottom. bottom panel sits in this little rabbit that I carved on the router table when I was cutting all the pieces earlier. It just slides right into place. I glue it in place and then put some weight on it to hold it down. To use a flush trim success. And then I'll glue up the square and the end, the clasp. When all is said and done. The outside of the box. At the end of the day, I just decided to together my belt as the box. It for is going to absolutely love it. And you can gift it for generations. You're following along with all the holiday.
Goes on like paint, protects and beautifies for years. Restoring with epoxy shield. It's easy and it's tough.
Hi, I'm Joe with Family Handyman. I'm in the wood shop today. We got a fun little project. Going to make a jewelry box. The half got it stuff. I'm going to cut a 1/2 inch wide by 1/4 inch deep groove on each side of this board for my top and bottom. Get back on the board so the top can just step right into the box. Decided to cut these 45s on the table saw. What's going to happen is we'll cut the maple to make the 45 create a corner of the box, and they'll go together like that. Now that I have one of my sides cut, I'm going to use it as a template to cut the other side. Now that I have all my pieces cut, I like to dry them. A slot of it in ice coat 16 by 7 inches.
Gorgeous jewelry box. It came out amazing. The trays are amazing. This handle is inspiration from my woodworking idol mat, and it can mat by continuous grain around your whole box. Grain mats, however long. We're going to be using off the top. All right, it's time to separate our pieces. Here's a little trick I like to use when I'm doing boxes for losing as little grain as possible. It's great for removing box lids. Because I take a 7 1/4 inch thin curved skill saw blade. This one's only 1/32 thick. And I use that when I need to save as much grain as I can. And on the sides, nice golden rip. Joinery. So you want to be real careful to stay away from your joinery, but kind of clean up the inside. It's a different color wood that see why the grain match matters. You can see box joints, and then it is and then square. But box. Alright, glue up was stress-free. It likes that, but it is so gorgeous. And the end grain, and then we're going to do the bottom and the top, so the white oak. Really, because they're into your trays. So sliders in those trays, because I have a really cool trick to get those dead nuts and make sure that they're in the exact same place across the drawer. Let's head over to the table saw. We'll do a little trimming this down and some resawing and glue up some panels, and then we'll put together our trays.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is it? I like extensive now.
I actually like
I like guacamole.
I don't really know what we're talking about.
Really
Sure.
nice.
Get more with Geico.
I do anything.
What do you do? Playing Magic Berry that's on Murphy and Butt, so we can play together.
Fitting perfectly now, but go in, we lost it. Or your dividers, you need to make.
On today's show, we're going to make some small, attractive jewelry boxes using shop cutoffs. to see me make all three of these boxes today, but there's actually only two designs. These two are exactly the same, just using different wood species. Then we have the more basic design here that's nice and square. Even though it's simple, it's very elegant, right? It has a nice modern look to it. The inside is flat, and that helps soften the interior and protect any jewels that you can put in there. And of course, back here, we've got these little barrel hinges, and those can be a little bit tricky to install. You'll see how we do that later. The other design is, I think, a little bit more elegant, a little bit more challenging. You've got curves here on the top and on the sides, matching curves. The interior is pretty much the same as the simpler version, right? And these all come from something that I actually built over 10 years ago. Before starting the Wood Whisperer, I spent more than my fair share on these kitchens. I don't even know what is up with for these piles up. So small piece, which gives you good use a bit, right? For the flat box, we can get both the lid and the bottom out of a single piece of 8-quarter stock. All of the pieces are then milled flat and square using the jointer and planer.
Finding the right funding to help you grow your business can feel like a challenge. American.
And at the chop saw, the parts are trimmed to final length with a stop block. The sides are pretty small, so please watch your fingers. I actually have my hand positioned under the clamp so that it physically can't get any closer to the blade. Back at the workbench, I use a card scraper to clean up the mill marks and save myself a boatload of time and effort by skipping the low-grit sanding. And obviously, I'm showing this to you out of order since it's much easier to scrape these pieces before you cut them to length where it's possible. The ends of the bottoms will receive small quarter-inch tenons. Before drawing the mortises on the legs, we should arrange these for the best grade possible we mark. Fence with double-stick tape. The fence is set a quarter-inch from the bit. Now I'm going to mark the left and right edges of the bit on the fence so I know where to start and stop. Angles. Bring the side piece into the fence back with the other stop. That's regular blade, the deliver to fit the round-ended mortise. You know, the one we can't see anymore. With the sides clamped to the bottom, now's a good time to give our tops a final trim if they need it. Obviously, the lid needs to fit between the legs with a little bit of room to spare. Mine's blanks, ready to go. Now's a good time to commit your lids and bottoms to what to do with all my tenons is scrap the shoulder with a cutting gauge. This not only serves as reference, but helps prevent tear out. Before drawing the mortises on the legs, we should arrange these for the best grade possible. I think they look best as mirror images, not only on the faces, but also on the end grain. I really only need to draw the mortise on one piece. The rest can receive a simple dummy mark. Let's make the mortises first. At the router table, I'll install a quarter-inch spiral bit. For additional support, I'm attaching a piece of scrap to the fence with double-stick tape. The fence is set a quarter-inch from the bit. Now I'm going to mark the left and right edges of the bit on the fence so I know where to start and stop. I could just do my best to drop the workpiece in the right spot using pencil marks, but I think we'll get much better results if we set up 2 stop blocks. The process is simple, but not mindless. Bring the side piece into the fence and the right stop and slowly lower it on top of the bit. I actually hold my compressed air nozzle in my hand so that I can quickly clear the dust while I'm working. Once I make contact with the other stop, I turn off the router and wait for the bit to come to a complete stop. And now for the tenons. The tenons are so small that I decided just to use my regular blade, the fence, and the miter gauge to make them. With the blade raised to 1/8 of an inch, I cut the bottom shoulders as well as the fronts and backs of all my bottom pieces. The blade is then raised to just under 5/8 of an inch as I sneak up on the fit using the side vertices for reference. And that's what we're looking for. The tenon then gets rounded over to fit the round-ended mortises. If the fit is a bit tight, a pass or two of the shoulder plate should remedy the situation. And that's a nice looking joint. You know, the one you can't see anymore. With the sides clamped to the bottom, now's a good time to give our tops a final trim if they need it. Obviously, the lid needs to fit between the leg.
Auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims, schedule.
Hi, my name's Andrew, and today I'm a wooden hobbyist when we're building this jewelry box, or keepsake box, memory box. It's a pretty box. My plans going into this build were no plans at all. That means I made a lot of mistakes, and I had to fix a lot of those mistakes. So stick around to the end to see what mistakes I made so you can learn from my idiocy. Now I have this stack of wood here. I cut it down to rough size on the miter saw. Move to the joiner. I need to get a flat face on all sides since this is all rough cut. Once I get the flat face on everything, I move over to squaring up my fence and getting the sides done. After I get a good 90-degree angle on everything, I move over to my Oliver machinery planer that Sheelix blade leaves a beautiful finish. Then I move over to cutting everything down on the table saw. This won't be my final width, but I like a nice surface 4 sides piece of wood to work with before I move on to anything else. Now I move on to resawing. For the walnut, I need basically 5/8 of an inch because I put it down to just a little over half of an inch. Now for the maple, I get everything down to just a little over 1/4 of an inch because I'm going to plane everything down afterwards. Everything else comes down to 1/4 of an inch. I'm going to be using a 1/4 inch upcut bit for most of the grooves datas in this build. I routed a 1/4 inch groove into a scrap piece of plywood so I can check the thickness as I was planing to make sure I got it down to extremely tight so when I sand down it'll be a nice perfect fit. After we have everything milled down to final thickness, I move on to the box itself. I put everything down to final size on the miter saw. As I'm doing this with no measurements or no plans, I'm just setting a stop block on my miter saw, cutting 2 pieces for the front and the back, and cutting 2 pieces for the sides. So this part's important. I choose the best looking piece of walnut for my box front. I want to have a drawer in the front of my box, so I go to my bandsaw. This piece will be the drawer front. This piece will be the drawer box. Here I'm routing the groove for all the top edges and the bottom edges. This will be a process and putting in the inside inconsistencies. Stick around each step, which might take like this.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Chris, and this is my shop partner Uber. On the bottom that I'm going to use for the case and drawers. This piece of wood has some expert that has the planer with my number 4 smoothie. The sides and the front. Then before I rip the individual pieces, I'm going to label them with some Next, I'm going to lay out and cut the dovetail joinery for the bottom drawer case and the bottom drawer itself. I'm using hand tools here, but if you're a power tool guy, Rockler sells a really nice dovetail jig that you can use with a router. I'll link that as well as all the other Rockler products and hardware I use in this build down in the description. Go check out their website. They got a lot of really nice stuff. Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Chris, and this is my shop partner, Oops. Hey everybody,
burger maple, walnut, and a white off the same place by itself. Flat edge or flat face.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know, performance and durability.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. For the drawer faces. These one piece maple. Put it on the router. Use the 1/4" straight bit on the router. Okay, so far, just to see how everything's coming together. Here we dropped it so far, just to see how everything's coming together. You can see here how the shelves are sliding into place. Now you can see how the continuous grain on the drawer faces go together. Next, a couple of brass hinges installed on the back side for the store. A couple of playing cards were used as spacers. That way the door didn't drag.
Outdoorsy stuff is not my thing. I played an indoor sport for a reason. Good job, Logan. Experience.
Train my days, y'all.
No headphones? Oh, keep it in? There we go. All right. The goal of this is every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening in the gigantic world events, it's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming with the word again. Brother, we were just talking about that. The word retarded is back, and it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by the podcast. But these things are always like piercing over, which is fine. You know, where everybody's screaming over each other. You know, it's 5 different people talking over each other. There's never just rational conversations where you discuss things. And I respect both of you. I think both of you are brilliant. And I thought, I bet you agree on a lot of things, and I bet you disagree on a lot of things. It'd be fascinating to see your perspectives on these things. So that's why we're here together.
Okay.
Well, Douglas,
Can I ask you something?
yes, sir.
Since the war in Israel began, and since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against that in different ways.
Yes.
Do you think you've had enough people on who are supporting?
I don't know that word enough, if that's a good word.
Let's say enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild culture.
Well, I've had a few. I mean, I believe Gadsad is on the side of Israel.
For sure.
Jordan is on the side of Israel.
Yeah. Baker,
Yeah.
Hughes.
Yeah. I don't. No, I mean none of them. They have no reasons why they're here. You know, it's a good question.
You think it tilted one way?
Me personally,
No. The guest
the guess, yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
But why do you think they did? I'm just interested in your selection of guests.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think about it that way. I just think I'd like to talk to this person.
But can I just
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
your show?
Sure.
If you're going to interview historians of the country, or historians of Germany, why would you get someone like you?
Yeah, but me and Carol, I didn't bring him up for that purpose. I brought him up because I want to find out, like, how does one get involved in the whole conspiracy theory business? Because his whole thing is just conspiracies, you know.
But do you have any, I mean, there's been a tilt in the conversation, both conversations in the last couple of years, and it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts, who are not experts.
And, I don't believe he wants himself an expert in anything.
Was there like a deal who thinks he's an expert in the church?
Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert.
And in fact, I think it's everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm just an expert.
Have you ever absorbed any of his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that?
Right.
Yeah?
It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about and now I'm going to talk. Or I don't know about this. Or I'm not going to debate this story, but I'm going to just tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not exactly what Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, what Daryl is saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. He likes to do long format stuff where he can really explain.
But there's, if you throw a lot of shit out, there's some point at which just raising questions is not a valid thing. You're not asking questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that.
I think
David's doing that. Very obviously. Dave's a comedian, but he's now mainly talking about Israel.
I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel.
That's all I see you on the internet.
Yeah, but this
That might be what you've seen.
It's just
I don't
you
think that's
So
consuming.
that is also your shtick, isn't it?
Well, what do you mean by that's my shtick?
Well, you're not a geopolitics guy in general, are you?
I don't even know exactly what you're asking.
I'm saying that you've decided, being a comedian, you've decided now to cut somebody who talks about Israel.
I think you're incorrect. I don't think it's a decision. I just think you have long-form conversations, multiple of them. It's a huge event. It's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I think if you're on the outside, you'd say, oh, look, they're trying to get attention by talking about this very polarizing issue publicly. That's
But
not...
you do get attention. If you could spend the last year speaking about Myanmar, you have not been on my list.
Yeah, but he does talk about Yemen constantly. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news.
Well, I tend to talk about the conflicts that my government is directly involved in, which I think is reasonable to me. But I don't quite get, like, what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, would you have to be an expert?
No, I think
what exactly
authority matters.
makes you
I
an
think
expert?
authority matters. I think that if you just throw a lot of shit out there and then say that I'm not interested in the alternative views on this, so particularly with the counter-narrative is wild wrong. And when you get people who, look, I just feel like we should get it out straight away. I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who've now got a big platform who have been throwing out counter-historical stuff with very dangerous kind.
You mean, well, you talking about Daryl?
Daryl, who's the other one?
I don't think Daryl has a...
Derek,
if anybody's anything dangerous
what's
about
the other
what
guy? Derek,
But that's
No,
bad.
it's Daryl
Daryl
Cooper.
Cooper, who's the other one? The one I just checked on the way here. Daryl Cooper. Yeah, Daryl Cooper, Ian Carroll. Look, these guys are not historians, they're not knowledgeable.
Okay, no one's calling me Carol.
No, but then why listen to their views on church?
Daryl is
Why
incredibly
listen?
knowledgeable.
No,
It's just
he's not.
Yeah,
He's
he
not.
is.
He's
Why do you
why
say that?
There's several reasons. One is, when he was offered to debate the current greatest living biographer of Churchill, he said, I can't, because he knows much more than me, and I admire his work, and I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him. That's Andrew Roberts.
But you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions.
No, you don't have to debate people.
If it's not your
But
thing.
if you, for instance, well, okay, but if you say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy.
Somebody said. Somebody said. Somebody said.
Neither Carol nor Cooper have said that.
Well, listen, I don't know what Carol said, but Daryl Cooper's not said that. What he said was he jokes with his friend Jocko, who's an Anglo-Saxon. He jokes with him. You know, I think that Churchill was the secret villain of World War II. And what he's saying is by Churchill's actions, the war escalated. He's not saying anything.
He's not just asking questions. Listen,
No,
he's
but
got a
that's
point of
saying
view.
is that he's just asking questions. Yeah, he has a point of view.
You can explain this better. He literally says
He
he's
said in the
joking.
comment, he goes, listen, I'm being hyperbolic. And then he once again disclaims, he goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst, but in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement. But Douglas, well, okay, but Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to
But
be
he's certainly
interviewed?
not an expert. He could be interviewed. I watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely level because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
When did Pat Buchanan debate and get all
About 20 years ago.
I'm just
He debated against Andrew Roberts and several other historians in Conan Square in London. I was there. He didn't know what he was talking about. He had a contrary view, and it was interesting and stimulating to hear. But if you only get the contrary view, which is, isn't it fun if we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the 20th century, at some point you're going to lead people down a path where they think that's the view. And that's bullshit of the most profound kind.
I don't think that's what he's trying to
I
do.
think that's exactly what they're doing. And the problem is that because your own platform is established because you're a very successful comedian and much more, and you do ask questions, and you are interested. But there are a lot of people who have come along, partly I think because they've come on this show, who have come along and they've decided, I can play this double game. On the one hand, I'm going to push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions. And then if you say, that's wrong, they say, I'm a comedian.
Well, wait a minute.
How can you tell me I'm just a comedian? I'm just throwing stuff out.
What horrific opinions is wrong that you talked about specifically?
Once guys like this get into very obvious stuff, which is
Guys like Daryl?
the ones I'm describing.
You
Very
need to
clear.
listen to Daryl to really understand what he's. If you take Daryl's words out of context, Daryl has some of the most nuanced, balanced, and charitable views on all the figures in history.
Particularly
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. He doesn't. What did you call him? How did you describe him?
I think he compared him to a methed-out psychopath who was holding an entire nation of people hostage, I believe was the...
He also said on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
He said he was not public about
He said he was downplaying it to win... He said there was a period where he was downplaying it to win over popular support in Germany.
Yeah. There is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that in the 1930s, Adolf Hitler was downplaying the anti-Semitism, like, there's no historian who would agree with that. So why would you throw out the idea that in the 1930s, Hitler was not being anti-Semitic in public? That was what he was doing in public. He announces to the German parliament what he wants to do. So when you're throwing out claims like he was keeping it down in the 1930s, first of all, what are you doing? And secondly, why?
Okay. I mean, I think that it's kind of hard because I don't even know exactly what Daryl's point on that was, and so I'm not really in a position to argue what he was saying there. I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation.
I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see
Okay, I
what
think you're
he's
strong.
doing.
I should say.
Look, anyone can look up what he said on this show and others, what these two guys in particular have said on repeated podcasts with both of them. It's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always to do down chess.
I don't think you
It's
downplay
whatever way they get. No, I said in conversations with you and others, this is the shtick of these guys. They've decided it's edgy and funny, and I think this is very, very interesting and also very dangerous. Because we live in an era now that the right has got some mojo back in America. We saw years of crazy left overreach, where they tried to make us all say the craziest and completely predictably. There are now figures on the right playing with really dark and ugly stuff on their side.
I agree
And
with
they
that.
are mainstream.
I don't think
and I
Darryl
think it's
Jones-
partly being mainstreamed by the two people I just described. And both of you have kept speaking to these people. And you don't get on the historians who know about this. And that's just alarming to me.
Well, can I just say, so, because I kind of do agree with part of what you said there. Like, I do think it is true that almost as a reaction to, like, the woke insanity that we've seen on the left, and I think, literally, I think nobody's been a more effective critic of that than you. I do think there has kind of been a right-wing reaction that has embraced racialism and is dangerous and not a good path.
Yeah, and now they're flirting with Holocaust denial and
yes,
Hitler
but
and absolving
but
Hitler
I
of
think
blame
you're
and much
wrong.
more.
I think you're wrong to include Darryl in that group. And the other thing, I'm sorry, to me I'm misunderstanding you. You're saying people that I've had conversations with have downplayed the Holocaust? Well, who are the two guys? Darryl Cooper
and the other.
Ian Carroll. I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have podcasted with Darryl Cooper once, and he absolutely did not downplay any of the Nazi atrocities at all. And I was also, I think that if we're zooming out here a little bit, maybe this is kind of part of the disconnect. Broadly speaking, in American culture, the idea that it has not been driven into people enough that the Nazis were bad and that Adolf Hitler was he is literally the modern devil. He is much more so than the actual devil. Adolf Hitler is what's viewed as the most evil thing, to the point that, I mean, just my entire life growing up, if there was a guy who sold soup on Seinfeld who was like authoritarian, he was a soup Nazi. Right. Everyone was Hitler. The left called George Bush Hitler, and they called Obama Hitler, and they called Trump Hitler. Every single enemy that we've gone to war with, always called Hitler. Saddam Hussein's the new Hitler. Muammar Gaddafi's the new Hitler. Putin's the new Hitler. It is so the idea that, like, we haven't driven into people enough. That Adolf Hitler was a really bad guy.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying just as the left likes to play with very dark, ugly stuff, and they've done it for decades. They have played down Chairman Mao's murder of Chinese throughout his era in power. They've played down stuff. They still march on occasion with posters of Lenin. They've spent decades trying to do down evils that were done on this. And I would suggest that one of the things that is going on at the moment is, despite, or maybe because of what was described, there are movements now on the right in America, subcultures, including people who follow those views, who are very interested in playing with this absolute, beyond the pale thing. Why somebody like Jake Shields wants to play around with Holocaust? Why?
I can't answer for Jake Shields.
No,
why do you think?
No, I think
I'm telling
a lot of people get captured by audience capture.
Captured by the audience.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You get a lot of positive reinforcement from a bunch of twisted people.
Well, it's also, I mean, there's something about, Michael Malice had the great line. He goes, when you take the red pill, you're supposed to take one and not swallow the whole bottle. Yes. And I think there's like this dynamic. What happens is, and then of course, people know the red pill is the analogy from the Matrix. The idea that you wake up to realizing that so much of the stuff you believe was bullshit propaganda and it's all lies. And this is a real danger when the establishment and the institutions are all caught with their pants down, having sold a bunch of very consequential policies based on lies. And then once people realize that, they go, well, what else have they been lying to me about? And then they almost want to look into every single thing. And go, yeah, I think the whole thing was lies. Now, I agree with you. There's danger in that. And I think that there are some things that then people jump to conclusions that are totally wrong. But I guess I tend to look at that and go, well, then maybe the people with power, not random podcasters, but like the people with real power, should do a better job of not lying through their fucking teeth about everything.
Well, maybe you have power.
Those with Robert Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
Maybe you have power, both of you. We live in an era where podcasters have a lot of power. You go on a podcast with Jake Shields, and Jake Shields goes on to another podcast and says he doesn't think 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. What do you think is happening? That's an exercise of power. Okay? And I agree with you about the breakdown of trust. Absolutely. We have lived through an era where, in real time, we saw something called the conspiracy, the lab, which turned out to be true, as you and others said it might be from the beginning.
I find that to be very racist.
And okay, Joe.
It used to be.
It used to be racist when we were saying that it was likely that the COVID variant would come out from the base making COVID variant.
Especially since it's the exact
It seemed like it. Seemed like it was possible to us.
By the way,
ask yourself this: who has access to your medical history? In theory, it's just you and your doctor, but in reality, hundreds of shady companies called data brokers are keeping tabs on every symptom you Google, every treatment you research, and every pre-existing condition they think you might have. That's valuable intel for advertisers, and insurance companies will take any excuse to raise your premiums. But there's a way to get your privacy back, and that is with ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity is rerouted through secure encrypted servers. This makes it impossible for third parties to invade your privacy. ExpressVPN also hides your IP address, which is the number used to identify you on the internet. Without your IP address, data brokers can't use it to track and sell your activity. Plus, ExpressVPN is easy to use. It just takes one click. And it works on all your devices, phones, tablets, desktops, even TVs. And on up to 8 devices at the same time. This is why ExpressVPN is the #1 rated VPN by the experts at CNET and The Verge. And the best part? Podcast listeners can get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/Rogan or by tapping the banner. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description.
I was representing the New York Times calling the rally racist, which is just the funniest thing ever. That they go, it's racist to think that there was a sophisticated lab where they were developing like gain-of-function research, and they go, no, what happened is these freaks were eating bat eggs.
That's right.
That's not racist. The other one was racist.
Well, that one fell upon who comes to our eyes.
Well, it took 4 years.
It took 4 years. And I've said it's kind of inevitable that if you see something that is called a racist conspiracy theory fall apart and become also what we used to call true in a few years, it's likely to blow a lot of people's minds. But the question then is, you help those minds that have been blow themselves out some more by doing a whole load of other conspiracy stuff. You decide to go, hey, what else have we been lied to? Maybe Churchill wasn't great. Maybe Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. Maybe the Holocaust.
And nobody is saying that. No one is saying maybe Hitler wasn't such a bad guy.
People are saying that.
No one is saying that.
In the 1930s, Hitler kept the anti-Semitism down.
No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that he didn't do it as publicly. He was doing it in meetings because the support for that kind of thinking wasn't as ubiquitous as it was.
I've seen this before. I know exactly what these guys are drinking. They're drinking a couple of very, very discredited historians like David Irving, and they are just regurgitating. And it was always been the same thing. It is always an attempt to minimize Hitler's anti-Semitism actions. Eventually down the road you get to minimizing his actual involvement in the Holocaust, and then you can get on to the next stage.
I think what you're guilty of here is kind of similar to, I think, something that the woke left has done, which is this concept creep, where you're talking about some people online who are doing this thing, and then you're lumping in other people with them. Listen, I'll just say this right now. Darryl Cooper is currently, I believe, almost finished, or he's working on a big World War II series, and when this comes out, we can see. Yeah, the long form podcast. When this comes out, I'm quite confident to say beforehand that if you're going into it expecting him to be downplaying the atrocities of the Nazis or downplaying the evil things they did on Hitler, you're going to be disappointed.
The point is, why are we even talking about this guy?
Because you brought him up.
Yes, because he comes on podcasts like this. My point is, this is not a serious historian. He's not a historian.
He never claims to be. He's been doing these long form podcasts on these subjects for over a decade. If you go back to 2015 and listen to Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem, it's an incredible piece. And it's how many hours long? 30-something. And it literally starts from the persecution of the Jews, where they're being driven out of Europe. It's like this horrific account of what happens to these people. It's what he's trying to do is paint a picture of how the world goes mad and how the world goes sideways. And he's doing it from the perspective initially of these Jewish people that are living in Europe, that all of a sudden their neighbors are turning on them and they're being attacked. Like it's incredibly charitable. But what he's trying to do is show what happens to human beings when they're confronted with unbelievable atrocities and how things go so incredibly
Lots of people have written and spoken about that.
So why is he not allowed to?
He is allowed to. So when he is allowed to, I'm saying that there's a weird way in which figures like him, whose ideas are not being countered when they are raised, are given platform after platform to spread their views. They are welcome to those platforms. I'm not saying they shouldn't be platformed. I'm saying these are very, very fringe figures who are pushing ideas that are either debunked now, have been debunked before, or they will not stand up against somebody who disagrees with them.
Oh, okay. I would just say maybe this is the disconnect here when you say there's like not pushback. Daryl's one line on Tucker Carlson was one line which he himself said he was being hyperbolic and kind of says this to prod his buddy. Got more pushback than any one line I've ever heard on a podcast. There were numerous articles written by historians, numerous shows that covered it. People went through the Twitter threads about it. So I don't exactly get your point. Like, there was lots of pushback. If you're saying he should go and debate somebody who's giving him pushback on that, okay, maybe.
I'm saying it's reasonable. I'm saying it's weird. Yeah, I think it's weird to mainstream very fringe views constantly and not give another side. I think that's weird.
Well, I mean, okay, I think there's a little bit of a contradiction here. You're saying now that these are fringe views, but then you're also saying that these are enormously powerful
No,
views.
there's
so
no
like,
contradiction. Let me clear it up. I think there are very fringe views that have become mainstream on the right.
But then aren't they not fringe by definition?
How are you saying this? Okay.
No, I'm just saying what's
But
the
you
ad.
do understand the concept, don't you?
That fringe ideas become mainstream.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So that's it.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure. So you're saying that what Joe shouldn't have Darryl Cooper on?
I'm saying
or
that
he should debate.
that there will have that if you mainstream very, very fringe views, which is easily able to be debunked, if you mainstream them, at some point that view that was so fringe will be what eager, very disconnected, unhappy people are going to start playing with too. And if these people are such experts in how you see a society go weird, they can look at what is happening to a portion of the right everywhere on this stuff. There's a portion of the right across the West that is playing this very dark game. They're doing it deliberately, and you can't not be aware of it.
I agree with that. I don't think Darryl Cooper is good enough. But I do agree with your characterization.
No, but
I think it's a pretty important distinction.
You're just taking this one statement, and then this where he's trying to joke around with his butt, this Churchill stuff. And this is the basis.
He and these other guys are all doing the anti-Churchill stuff.
But he's not doing an anti-Churchill stuff.
He and the other
Churchill was the author of this whole Operation Unthinkable, right? Where they wanted to use the Nazis to invade Russia. Wasn't that Churchill?
Home is where we do the things we love with the people we love. So what if we live tomorrow in the same place as we did yesterday? With help, we can. Home instead for a better what's next.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com?
Is that not true?
We're going to have to get into the weeds of Churchill. There is always going to be a corner which you can get me on a bit of Churchill.
But that's
you
the point.
You have to
But
say
that's
what
the
your
point,
which
is
bit
to
you're
have
talking
a
about.
comprehensive view.
Yeah.
All the-
Churchill was never working with the journalists doing it.
No. This was a plan that was drawn up. Do you know about
Go.
Operation
Fire away.
Unthinkable?
Fire
You've
away.
never- Pull it up, Jim. Operation Unthinkable was what, at the end of the war, I believe Churchill was concerned about the rise of Russia, in the rise of the Soviet Union. And the idea was, and we'll find out what the historical facts are about this. Operation Unthinkable was named during two related possible future war plans developed by the British Chiefs of Staff Committee against the Soviet Union during 1945. The plans were never implemented. The creation of the plans was ordered by the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill on May 1945 and developed by the British Armed Forces Joint Planning Staff in May 1945, the end of World War II in Europe. One plan assumed a surprise attack on the Soviet forces stationed in Germany to impose the will of the United States, the will of the United States and the British Empire upon Russia. The will was qualified as a square deal for Poland, but added that does not necessarily limit the military commitment. The assessment signed by the Chief of Army Staff on 9 June 1945 concluded it would be beyond our power to win a quick but limited success, and we would be committed to a protracted war against heavy odds. The code. Yeah.
This is okay. First of all, I'm not going to do Wikipedia.
Okay, we
that's
don't do
okay.
Wikipedia.
No, that's okay. It's okay.
This is
But
just what Jamie pulled up.
Okay, but first of all, yes, at the end of the war, a plan requested that wasn't seen through that suggests that after the defeat of Nazism, communism of the Soviet form was also going to be a threat to Europe was simply evident that, I mean, it's obvious. True. It's what Churchill was worried about the 40s, worried about it in Yalta, worried about it everywhere. And sorry, I have to turn to this point that this man manages to do one of the most heroic things in human history in standing alone against evil in its most concentrated form. And he does about as much as any human being can do to save the civilized world. If you just park that and you go on to a plan in 1945 to try to counter Soviet domination of Europe, you see what I'm saying? This is not doing something in the round.
Yeah, it's also, look, I mean, I'm not, like, I'm not at all the expert on World War II, and I'm not, like, gonna debate with you about World War II, but I would say that, like, there's a lot of room for nuance and disagreement with what you just said. You know, in the 20th century, we had 2 world wars. They were the worst thing, objectively speaking, the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of the world. And the Second World War is the biggest bloodbath in human history, and it ended with handing the man who you just mentioned, Joseph Stalin, half of Europe. So, listen, if you want to argue, like, I'm Jewish and of German descent, so, like, I'm not against the argument that the Nazis had to be defeated and that was the most important thing, but there still is just a basic fact that it almost couldn't have gone worse. It was, like, just a nightmare for civilization. And if people want to look back at that and go, man, was there any other way this could have been handled? Was there any other way? Were there blunders that were made here? Now, personally, what I feel much more comfortable arguing would be that I try to blame everything I can on Woodrow Wilson as much as I can, because also he created the income tax and the Federal Reserve and did so much to damage my country. But I think American entry into World War I was really a disaster. And imposing the Treaty of Versailles on Germany was a disaster. I also think that's kind of very mainstream history. Like, that's not a particularly controversial view, that, like, imposing the Treaty of Versailles on Germany ended up in disaster.
Well, no, except that Martin End said the only way to not get the Treaty of Versailles and keep the Germans to win World War I.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Nazis winning, but we're talking about, you know, but listen, I think that...
But secondly, I'm sorry, I just have to address that fundamental. You say that the outcome of World War II and everything happening was the worst thing that's ever happened. The worst thing imagined, the worst possible outcome.
No.
You said worst possible outcome. Let me give you a much worse possible outcome. Hit the wings.
Right. Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
so it's not the worst possible.
I mean, listen, but okay, yeah, okay. I'm not saying you can't dream up a worse outcome. I'm saying what you
It's not
have.
dreaming up. That's just what my country
Okay.
birth and others went
What
through.
did end up happening was 60 million people died, including the Holocaust, and then Joseph Stalin takes half of Europe. So okay, fine. I'll correct that. There is a worse outcome, but that's not a great.
No, nobody said it was. It's a very weird argument that you now hear about. This attempt to revision. I know why it's happening.
I don't think because
No,
anything
I
is
think you're right.
revision.
I think there is. But this attempt to sort of say, look, at the end of World War II, what have we got? Stalin has half of Europe. What was the point? That's going on. That's going on. And there are people who are feeding it. That argument is very similar. This particular school of, as it were, history is doing something that I've seen happen in American history as well. Particularly with Lincoln. Lincoln's an interesting comparison to make with Churchill. There are people who will criticize Churchill for mistakes made. Not hard to do. It's quite hard not to make mistakes while fighting a war of total annihilation against your country. People will say, oh, he didn't sort this out in 1945. It's rather like Lincoln. He didn't solve every problem in the world all the time, but he solved a hell of a big problem for his time. And that requires some kind of generosity, of spirit and understanding in hindsight, as opposed to, I will find something that he did that I wouldn't have done, because if I'd have been running the British Empire in 1939, I'd have known exactly how to do it. I'd have known how to hold the whole thing together, and I'd have kept Stalin back, and he'd have been great to build and this is...
I don't think anybody's saying. Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a tendency of like both left kids to do this, but I don't think that's what certainly not what I'm saying. I don't think what Daryl's saying. I do also think that one of the bigger kind of the bigger picture dynamics to all of this is that we have, at least since 9/11, been in a state of perpetual war. And all of these wars have been disasters. They have been so many lies involved in selling all of them. I mean, the whole Iraq war, the whole war in Afghanistan, just lying the whole way through. I mean, I remember literally having conversations with Green Berets in the middle of the war in Afghanistan, and they're like, George W. Bush is telling you that the army we're building up there is really successful. This thing is going to fall in a week without us. And then all through the Obama administration, it's just like lie after lie after lie with disastrous wars. And so this does create a fertile ground for people to say, I wonder if they were lying about all these wars.
Sure, but
again, I'm not really trying to argue about World War II. I'd rather argue about these wars today.
I think the interesting question is whether you're busy watching.
Pre-Tax USA. With federal filing is always free with bill games or pricing gimmicks. Because choosing your tax software should be a guessing game. Companies may claim their federal tax filing is free, but is because fees, high prices, and add-ons. No. And when you're ready to submit, it's not really free. Not this year, my friend. You have found Pre-Tax USA. Say goodbye to forced upgrades and unexpected fees. The only trick up our sleeve is free federal tax filing for everyone. Plus, filing a state return is less than $20. Go to freetaxusa.com.
Meet the new standard in sleep. This is Pod 4 Ultra. It's not a bed, it's a revolution in the sleep game. Crafted for those who demand nothing but peak performance from every aspect of life, including sleep. It cools, it heats, it elevates. And it's clinically proven to give you up to 1 hour more of quality sleep per night. Pod 4 Ultra redefines sleep tech with a new hub that doubles its cooling power. Deep night? No problem. Pod 4 Ultra can drop its temperature up to 20 degrees below room temperature to keep you cool or warm regardless of the weather. Dual zone? Of course. You and your partner dictate your sleep climates independently. Pod 4 Ultra combines luxury and technology, featuring a fully redesigned clinical-grade sensor layer that tracks vitals unnoticeably, all while enhancing your bed's comfort. It's powerful yet undetectable, and it reaches 99% tracking accuracy, so you can leave your wearables on the nightstand. Just add it easily onto any bed. Plus, introducing a new base to the Pod ecosystem. Fitting between your mattress and bed frame, the base adds reading and sleeping positions for the best unwinding experience. And for those snore-heavy nights, the pod's got your back, lifting you automatically just enough to keep the air flowing when snoring is detected. Clinically proven to reduce snoring by up to 45%. Enter Autopilot, the brain behind the pod, an algorithm that improves your sleep by analyzing your health and sleep metrics in real time with the knowledge of over 1 million nights of data. It tailors your temperature and elevation automatically without you having to lift a finger, and in the morning rise and shine on your terms with a vibration and thermal alarm that's gentle and effective. But that's not all. Pod 4 Ultra introduces a remarkable innovation that combines hardware and software so you can finally leave your phone outside your bedroom. Say hello to tap to control, tap to cool down, tap to warm up, tap to elevate. No screens, no blue light. Welcome to the era of Pod 4 Ultra. You've never slept on anything like it.
Well, should you not talk about mistakes that were made
You should.
overall?
Absolutely.
Okay, you should.
Absolutely. Right. All for going
So-
back and looking at
So what is your argument then?
It's a very weird thing to go back, zone in on that, say this one thing is a mistake and should characterize him, and you ignore everything.
You're taking him out of
Like,
context
why?
when you're
Weird,
talking about
like,
Darrow, who's done, what was it, 30 plus hours?
So what? 30 plus hours.
But you
podcasting. You do that in a week.
UFC 314 is headed to South Beach, and it won't be all glitz and glamour, but the stars will be out. Don't miss any of the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. It promises to be another banger of events, especially the featherweight main event between two evenly matched fighters, Alexander Volkanovski and Diego Lopez. It should be wild. First time, just pick something simple, like a fighter to win, and make your pick. It's that simple. And if you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Step into the octagon with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Yeah, but it's very
very different. He's not doing a podcast like talking to people.
Okay, nor is he doing scholarly work, nor is he working in the archives. I mean, he is not the historian of our era.
He's not claiming to be.
This is a thing, Joe. This is like punching jelly.
No, but you don't
consume
his work.
I'm saying because I don't need to consume endless versions of revisionist history. I understand.
But it's not revisionist history. If you listen to his work, it's not revisionist history. He's basing it on historical.
Okay, so this is my point about jelly. It's a shapeshifter. Comedian or historian?
He's not a comedian.
Historian or podcast? It would be historian or actual historian. You say he doesn't claim to be a historian, but he's pumping out tens of hours of history.
Dan Carlin. He doesn't claim to be a historian either.
You see my point about the moon? It's like some weird jiu-jitsu move.
No, I don't.
Where you say, hang on, you know all about this as well. You say, I'm not a historian, but I'm going to spend my time talking about history. I'm not a journalist, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. It's a weird move, yeah?
No.
You don't think?
No, I'm a free American. I can talk about what I know too. So
What you want. I've noticed you can. But
So
we
what's
all
the
can.
point?
The point is, what are you pushing? What are you watering?
What am I pushing?
Yes.
Liberty, free markets, peace, prosperity, not getting in another stupid catastrophic war, which we're on the precipice of right now. That's what I'm pushing.
What are we on the precipice of?
Well, I think weren't you just talking about it the other day? Everyone I hear on the inside says we're about to attack Iran. I think you just said something about that the other day. Am I wrong about that? I thought I saw him on the videos that you did. No.
That doesn't mean we are on the verge of war. I mean, you keep referring to we being in wars. There's a very big difference between a country having a military engaged and a country being at war. This country has not been at war for 25 years. You have not been fighting the American homeland for 25 years.
Yes, we haven't. It's true. We haven't had a war on our shores. We've been picking on third world countries halfway around the world.
Well, you haven't been randomly picking. In Afghanistan, you went.
I didn't say it was random.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, no, you suddenly decided to bomb Myanmar. You went to Afghanistan to find Bin Laden and take revenge for 9/11 and stop an attack like that happening again to the American home. That is very different.
Yeah, that's a total mischaracterization of the war in Afghanistan. It's one thing to say that might be an accurate characterization of the special operations mission in late 2001, but then we fought a 20-year regime change war against the Taliban.
Because you got dragged into the quicksand of war.
Yes. Okay, fine. I thought it wasn't a war. I don't get
No, I
your
said it
argument.
was a war. It's your use of we, as if you're personally like suffering this war.
Yes,
you're
yes, when I say we,
we're
it
taxpayers,
implies,
so we
okay.
pay. Okay, fine.
So if I went back and corrected you on every time you used the term we to refer to your government or something like that, like if I were to say, oh, we just imposed tariffs on China, would you point out that I didn't, and it was the Trump administration?
You take it obviously very personally, and that's your right to do so. I'm just trying to make sure we're accurate.
What do you think I'm taking personally?
Just that, American wars.
Sure, yeah. I think they've killed hundreds of thousands of people and cost my country $8 trillion and degraded my country very much.
And there's a very good argument to make on it. I'm still slightly bemused about this move from I'm an expert on this, and I have been, to I'm a comedian.
I've never claimed to be an expert on anything.
This is the problem, Joe. I mean, if somebody
Wait a minute,
says
you have to claim to be an expert on something to have an opinion on
no,
something?
you don't have to. You don't have to be.
So
It's
what's the
like
issue?
I'm not a historian, but I'm pumping out it.
But what
I'm
about
not an expert. I'm talking all the time about
But
this
you're not
thing.
even talking about specifically on what you just said.
No, I say this is my point about this upheat. You say I'm not an expert.
So what's the solution? To not talk about it?
No, it's to have more experts around.
No, expert
To
class
hear-
hasn't done a great job.
I know.
This is follow the science.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you know what?
I
Okay,
agree
so
with
fine,
that.
so
I just said to you, I agree with that.
I know.
But
So
one of
Douglas,
the problems
during
is-
all of COVID,
Fire away.
I will put my track record against any of the expert class on COVID. I'm glad to do that. So should I just shut up? Should I have shut up by opposing lockdowns and opposing vaccine mandates and
Well,
talking
that
about
was the
morality
argument at the
theory?
time. You
That's
realize
the
that, right?
entire argument that you're making. Let the experts handle this.
No.
You're not an expert. I was just right. I was just a
You're
comedian.
wildly you're not listening to what I'm saying. I think you have to take, I think we should agree perhaps on the point that one major thing can break down in front of your eyes, or many major things. And it does not mean every single one of the sewer gates should be lifted. Okay?
Yeah, I get that. But
Right.
who's saying the truth?
Saying this is chatter on what is part of our side is that a lot of the sewer gates are being lifted. Sometimes by people who know that they're doing it, sometimes by people who don't, sometimes by people who say, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out. But at the very least, there's some damn hygiene that should be required, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm not sure
Right.
what you're asking, but sure.
Just that. Let's have a bit of hygiene on our own side, not lift every sewer gate.
And when you say
Not
our own
on
side,
their-
you mean the right wing broadly.
Broadly speaking, and I'm sort of funny about libertarians, I'm never quite sure. I always say, I think libertarians are essentially the bisexuals of politics. They should just choose, Joe. They should choose. It's kind of, they just want everything buffet.
That's very funny. Well, I think we want something. I don't know. Okay, that's a weird way to put it, but I guess
see your
it's
point.
all right. Well, I mean, I don't know. Look, I mean, essentially, I just don't. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. But if your argument is that, like, you're saying I claim to be an expert, but then I have like a parachute to get out of it by doing like, hey, I'm just a comedian. I was just saying this. But I don't think I've ever like really claimed to be an expert. I have
you going
opinions on
around?
things.
Well, look, but
Because
if
I'm
you're
interested
not,
in these topics.
I know, but isn't it weird to go around, for instance, with this, go for the last, it's a bit weird to be simultaneously saying, I'm not an expert on a conflict and talking about it.
I don't think so. Not really. I mean, I don't know. I don't think like you. I don't see how you.
Do you
talk about these things?
Make it, rain girl, make it.
You can. Everybody's loving that Grubhub deal with Prime, huh?
Should we just start carpooling? Amazon Prime member, you can get $0 delivery fees on Grubhub. Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees apply.
Which thing?
All these things that we're talking about.
Some of them, yes.
Are you an expert?
I am on some, yes.
On some,
But you talk about something that you're not an expert on.
You'll
Okay,
notice
so
that I
what should you
didn't
do? What should you do if those subjects get breached?
Well, I think that you educate yourself as much as you
Shouldn't
can.
you say I'm not an expert and then give your opinion if you're in the middle of a
I
conversation?
think it's, as I say, I think that it's a weird move to say, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to talk about it non-stop. I think that is.
Listen, I will certainly concede that I'm weird. So I'm not disagreeing with you. It's weird that I'm as obsessed with all this stuff as I am. I mean, like, okay, I'm a weird guy. I tell jokes at nightclubs and then get obsessed with politics and monetary policy and, like, okay, fine. But I just, like, fundamentally disagree with this idea that, which I really do think is quite anti-democratic in spirit and quite, elitist, that there's an expert class. They can have opinions on all of these things. It's weird for any regular person who just read about it.
Not my view. Not my view.
Seems like it's others.
I conceded already. I said a long time ago that I believe that much of the expert class let itself and us fall down very badly. And I think that happened in foreign policy in areas, not every area, but it happened in some areas. I think it happened with COVID in many areas. But that does not mean that it's just a free fall. No. There are some things we can still verify to be true and can still agree on as baseline levels of agreement in a free society. And yes, everyone is free to air their views, but it does not mean that everyone who sounds off on an issue, whether it's World War II, or in the Middle East, or in Ukraine, has an equally valid point of view.
I certainly wouldn't argue. I mean, that to me is just adding down a strong. I mean, I certainly wouldn't argue that everyone has an equally valid point of view, and I certainly wouldn't argue that there shouldn't be some standards of like who you would want to find interesting and talk to and who you wouldn't. But also, it's like, so let's have the conversation that like I don't know, like if there's if there are experts out there who can smack all of this stuff down or just destroy every point that I make over the years or whatever, like, okay, so then do it. And then let's see.
Well, that's a bit weird because then it's like the debate degrowth thing. But
you just,
I think
you just put
I
yourself
think
down
what
for
you're
not debating.
So fine. Yeah, I know. Let me just make the main point. I think what I'm trying to get at, Joe, is that it's a bit like the Twitter algorithm, which is, yes, everyone is and should be free to say what they like on Twitter. Very French thing that we immediately decided to violence and that kind of thing. But we all know that one of the oddities of Twitter, including since Elon took over, is that what you hope is a restored marketplace of ideas ends up pushing you really crazy shit.
Yeah.
And that is what I'm suggesting is happening on a podcast level and maybe on a wider level beyond that. I get stuff on Twitter I just do not want. I do not want a guy with 1,500 followers who's got some zany new view on something, who isn't an expert, to be pushed at it. And effectively what is happening with the Twitter algorithm is happening everywhere else as well. And we're all for the open marketplace of ideas. I want that, I thrive in it. But it is different once you get into the thing of, is something manipulating the algorithm by? Is the algorithm being pushed on? Why am I being given this? Why am I not being given that? Why am I being constantly pushed this view? And I think that the answer to a great degree is the same thing in your world as it is in the Twitter world, which is, if you go straight online and you say, Jam,